Good morning. I am exactly 1 hour late to my stream. But what else is new? The more things change, the more they stay the same. But okay. Welcome back to Kitty Found a Camera. Oh yeah, I might need to kind of speed run the game here, because I need to, what do I need to do? Yeah, because I need to do one of the last quests. So how would I quickly... Why is my controller not working? Something happened to my USB hub or something. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Okay, what I want to do is I'm going to unlock the car, because that'll make my life easier. Actually, while we're here... Should I do the actual platforming for the mail? Basically, figure out where the mailboxes go, so that way I can, like, take a nice photo of this place. It would make more sense for the mailbox to be here. But I do like... Many questions. Let's not do that for now. Okay. Oh, wait. I see. Speedrun strat. You can take a bird from here, show the guy. Birds and etc. Okay, and then... gives you another photo challenge. Okay. I should probably have it... What I want to do, basically, is have probably an arrow instead of just the raw distance. Let's see if that one works. Yeah. And also, eventually I need more clear UI for when you've completed the thing, because right now you can check in the UI, or like in the photo gallery, whether you've completed one of these challenges. Oh, look, that actually worked. Nice. For some reason, sometimes it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't move the car. But okay. All I wanted was basically this to make playing the rest of the game faster. Speedrun strats. I mean, I think the real trick would be to get orb mode early. But that'd be really tricky. Okay. So yeah, right now I'm going to be doing Linda's quest in order... Oh yeah, before we go too far. Oh wait, no. She needs to give us the power-up first to see ghosts. Oh. Yeah, so I'm going to do basically as much of the quest as I need to do, which is all of it. And thankfully, once we have that, it shouldn't be too hard. And right now, literally the only... I need to actually figure out the structure for this quest a bit better. Like this ghost segment. Oh wait, I forgot. I keep forgetting. I need the power-up to see the ghosts before I take the photos. I'm trying to optimize. But it's simply not possible. Until we do this. Boom. Okay, so now we can do, perfect. That's a speedrun strat, technically. No. It would have been faster if I didn't fall. And also I'm thinking, should jumping give you a slight speed boost? I had that in one of my other games. Where you could you were basically incentivized to skip everywhere. Okay. Also, all this talk about speed is making me think, I do still need, to probably reduce the player's movement speed just to make platforming easier, because right now she's too, twitchy. That's not correct. Godot? How did I so I've now bugged. Hang on. That's interesting. What would that mean? Hang on. The dialogue broke. Oh, wait. Dialogue viewer. So it should be requires input and this. Oh, I know what it is, I bet. We need to do back to reply. Or, I guess to the base dialogue viewer. Reply. So when we list replies, what we need here is there's a function, probably advance. This is probably fine. Resize replies. Also, I've been gradually switching these to use the callables instead of strings. Multi-line button. Okay, choose reply is what we need. So when we choose a reply, we actually need to... Let's go to our dialogue viewer box. Basically, I think what happened was it did not actually properly set the text. So it should be function choose reply. Needs to do show text super.advance. Okay. Basically, I added a new thing where you press when text is like slowly scrolling out. Pressing A will whatever it does. Oh yeah, thank you for the streak. But yeah. Because I added that new feature where pressing A while dialogue is like scrolling out shows all of the dialogue. There's some hokey stuff. Yeah, admittedly, I'm not sure exactly how I would describe it. Basically, the behavior where the text is like showing character by character rather than all at once, which means that I need the A button. So now it's even more broken because it doesn't even show our reply. How does that happen? Oh, wait, hang on. We need super choose reply. Message. Actually, let's do just a tween.kill. Yeah, I think having every single door in the game check if there's collisions when the game starts up is causing the game to run slower. Let's kill her. Okay. Okay, video game, what is happening here? Why is this not working? Let's double check that it's actually this issue. So it should be... I think I can do control this? Yeah. Remove our inherited methods. Because I believe those are the core issue here. Where the logic for, like, showing the text is interfering with the logic for advancing after pressing the reply button. Yeah, okay. So why would that be causing issues? Because the only thing we do, for example, here... so if display tween kill... Actually, we don't even need this. We can just set that there. Because I think this should be run. So yeah, something is wrong when we do replies with this. So let's do if display tween and not requires input. Okay. Because otherwise it'll advance. I don't think this will actually do what we need it to do. But okay. Yeah, because now basically it just doesn't show the thing, which is interesting. Oh wait, I just realized why this happens now. Because we need to actually do display tween equals null here. Or, yeah, we actually do need this. Basically, the advance wasn't working at all anymore. How did I fuck it up? And now it's the exact same thing that it was before, but now it's not working. Oh wait, no. It's not the exact same thing, I flipped it. We're off to a questionable start this morning. Hang on, my brother's saying something. I'm back. My brother offered me a lemon white chocolate Milano cookie. Okay. Okay, so what is the issue here? If display between... We show the text. Otherwise... So we should have this, So what is our actual message here? How is this going wrong? Because this one should have conditions attached to it. If message.once, eval mention. If eval message item, message.item. Oh, I see. We have to show text twice because we actually need choose reply to do something slightly more different. So it's not enough, because this advance here will now be not called properly. How do we do that? I think what it should be is a message should have the type of the dialogue. Oh, it does have the type of the dialogue item. Okay, so what we do is, let's go to our advance again. So dialogues viewer box. So choose reply. Oh wait, no, but we don't actually have access to the message that's being shown. I don't think. eval.message.item equals message.item find. Okay, I think I just need to I think I need to rethink advance. Or like basically this this function advance is not actually the place to do this. So we're going to have all this removed. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to override input instead. Which is a bit more verbose, since now there's a lot more like logic that needs to be repeated. So basically, if we do not require input, and event is press this, if display tween and not oh wait, no, and viewer is running. Hang on, I'm gonna lower this a smidge. Display tween is running, show text, else, advance. Set this as handled so we don't jump as well. So yeah, I could just override, I could have this as a function that we just override, but I won't. But yeah, because I did not realize how many places advance is used internally where it expects it to just set the next dialogue item properly. But this should do the same thing, except it's only tied to A presses, not tied to the actual internal code. I'm already seeing it doesn't work. Oh, because, well, one, because that wasn't there. Alright, let's kill her. Okay. Now it seems good enough. Except for the fact that if you press A right as it finishes, finishes like unrolling the text or displaying it, it'll advance immediately. There actually needs to be a little bit of a delay, I think. And then there should be some sort of indication that the dialogue is now ready for input. In fact, I could put that as a, hang on. Let's just actually, hang on. UI stuff, dialogue, UI, viewer, or have a little arrow in the corner when when pressing UI accept will advance dialogue. Basically, so that way the player will know, like, oh, I shouldn't press A because I can see that if I press A, this dialogue that I'm reading and enjoying will disappear. Oh wait, I was supposed to go to Carly. Okay. Oh yeah, also another thing that I want is the ability to have a little indication of like which person is speaking, like a little bar or a little arrow, like it's a speech bubble. So I'm going to put that in here as well of like speech bubble line to the currently speaking person. And eventually, you know, all the UI theming and stuff. Because like this transparent box, I'm not sure how I want to handle the UI, because I do like having like transparency here so you can still see all of the screen, but it means that I can't have UI on top of other UI. Hi, welcome back. But okay. So now she leaves, and we don't need to fix their problem, so that's all of that. So now we have our statuses for all those characters. The many lives we've touched. Isn't it beautiful? The complicated dance of everyday living. But okay. Back to the speedrun. Now we need to get a drive-by photo of a ghost. Actually, we could get the photo much earlier. There we are. If you blinked, you missed it. In fact, you probably missed it even if you were staring at the screen, because I could barely see what was happening. But okay. And this, hopefully the player will have met all of the characters involved in this, because otherwise this will be very confusing for them. Where do we go now? Okay. Well, we need the ghost. Okay, so this is the ghost. He's spooky and scary. The attic. The emerald book. Find it. Okay, hold your horses. Kitty, do you want to come over to my house? I'll give you a key. See you there. Oh, that's not the right key anymore. I forgot that I changed this quest. Alright, what was I working on over here? Let's close some of this stuff. Because as usual, I have like my quadrillion random notes where I just like open up Sublime Text and write things and then don't read them. But what I really need is Linda's dialogue. Black key So we don't need this. Oh, wait, no. Wait, what the heck is it? Find item. Oh, okay. This. Okay. We don't need that. You want to come over to my house? I'll meet you there. Okay. Because, yeah, this key is actually going to affect our thing. So let's do player dot remove or erase item black key. And now back to our regularly scheduled speed run. I think there's suboptimal movement here. We can optimize our driving a bit more. It would be very fun to see a speedrun of this, because I'm curious if unlocking orb mode would be worth it. Since you have uncapped speed, but it's also very late game. You know, you basically have to do the whole game to get it. And I'm pretty sure you can just jank your way up to the top of the church with it, but... I don't know, you're basically done with the game by the time you get it. But okay, now we have her. So yeah, basically the whole gimmick is that she has a crush on this boy, and so she has enlisted him because she wants to pretend to be scared and have him protect her. And now we are somehow the third wheel in this whole operation, even though we are the instigator for this whole thing. Okay. Oh yeah, we can also skip all this stuff by just, like, drinking poison and dying. Or not dying. Non-lethally, separating our soul from our body. For ratings reasons, this is non-harm. Or for ratings reasons, this is completely harmless. Yeah, she's not dead. It just separates your soul from your body. It's a completely different thing. This game is T for teen. E10, perhaps. She's still breathing. Okay, Kitty, make yourself useful and find the key. I have a good idea. We should probably have it so that you can't go up and down while you're, Yeah, the annoyance is that the UI... So, like, for the player... Oh, I guess you are... Okay. We'll just make it so that you can't go up and down while you're in dialogue. In ghost mode. So that'll be, bar up, down, float, if not player dot in... Oh wait, hang on. We need to figure out, how do we get the player here? I think we just get it, like, just... on ready var player equals get parent. So if not player dot in dialogue, don't we have that? Okay, hang on. In dialogue. Oh, okay, it's player UI in dialogue. And this will crash. Because let's save and exit before we do that, so that way the ghost actually works. But yeah, unfortunately this will mean that if the player has rebound the controls for ghost up and ghost down to not be in the what have you, or like overlapping those controls, they'll still not be able to go up and down. Yeah, you stupid child, I'm dead or something. She doesn't seem to hear you. Okay. So now we have this. Actually, we should make it so that the player... what do I want now? I think the main thing I want is I want a bunch of physics props in this house. So, like, you go through these vents. And yeah, I want it to be that the ghost body has a field that causes things to fall over. And causes, like, props to activate and stuff like that. Because I want that to be your main interaction now. Sort of poltergeisting everything. Yeah, right now... Yeah, let's do that. So I think I kind of need to start designing the interior of this house pretty early on now. Because yeah, the way we'll advance the quest is just basically knocking everything over. So let's see, poltergeist things, classic poltergeist things. Put that in characters, Linda's quest. Ghost mode. So we need, yeah, knockover props, boil over pots. Turn paintings upside down. Or maybe turn them spooky. So yeah, what are the classic ghost things? Make things cold, make things hot, make things float. So some things should float. What are some better, or what are some more poltergeist things that we can have? Let's actually just look up poltergeists. What are cool signs of ghosts? Writing on the walls? Spooky writing? I know, dolls start moving their heads. And if we have that, I'd rather... Well, I do like the eyes start moving. I think that'd be fun. So, what do poltergeists do? Oh, the TV. The TV needs to have spooky things on it. Yeah, because basically I want this to be... Something I've been thinking about is that this game, at points, it's kind of just a visual novel with physics props. Which I think is actually, like, kind of a strong combo. Of just, like... Because it reminds me, there was a game that I played, this weird Russian visual novel, where the letters would interact with your mouse. Like, the letters of the text in this dialogue box would just, like, get pushed around by your mouse, and it was really fun. So, just having physics interactions with our predominantly, like, dialogue-based narrative here. Because, I mean, what's actually happening is you press A on the characters and they go to a place. You follow them. You occasionally do stuff. But yeah, let's also have, how do you defeat a poltergeist? Oh, we can't pass salt. Of course, of course. How do we ward off ghosts? All the ways, yeah. Amanda, please explain to me, how do we ward off the ghosts? So, protection objects, Black tourmaline. I don't know. That's going to be too hard to depict in a pixel art video game. And I'm thinking it could be funny to, like, possess things, but that'd be too complicated. Well, would it be too complicated? Yeah, it'd be too much for this, like, one quest, where it's like 5 minutes we're gonna be in here. I mean, we already have a whole bunch of things. Yeah, let's have get caught by dream catchers. So this is gonna be... yeah. Actually, let's see what the internet says about catching a ghost. WikiHow, don't fail me. So yeah, we need to locate the ghosts. Well, we know where the ghost is because we are the ghost. Confirming the presence. Download the app, of course. Candles. Candles attract ghosts? You know, I think that would make more sense. Maybe, Dreamcatcher only in Madame Blue's house? Okay, that makes sense. In fact, I'm going to move this up into its own thing. Well, I don't know. It's contingent on this one quest. Eventually we can get the ability to, like, go ghost mode anywhere. Maybe, if I feel like it. In fact, maybe I should have the ability... I just realized. Unlock ability to freely stop being a ghost. Though that might make it too easy to go around the world. Because we already have orb mode in the car, so it's kind of redundant with those. Where you get a lot of mobility. And plus then I'd have to make the interactions for all of the other people and all of the other things in the ghost mode. I think it makes sense that you're trapped in the house. So this is actually going to be quite low. Because, yeah, I think it makes more sense to just... well... No, this... Because this doesn't mean that we can go out of the house. I'll put that as this thing. Actually, this is important because that way the player won't be confused and think they're soft-locked. But okay, let's make some of these things. So, let's go back to the house. Let's figure out, for example, let's just start making some props. Or at least start, like, sketching out the house. So that way I know what props I want. So this is Linda's dad's room. So that means that this would be sort of a landing area for their, like the parents basically own this whole floor. Oh yeah, and I also need to figure out how do I want to do the hatch on the attic, because now it should be unlocked, or locked at first. Anything important in the hallway here? I guess we might have like I don't know, something. Yeah, we don't need this room for now because you just can't get into it. And these should be both secret closets or something. Where basically you just get a bit of interaction. See, let's probably go, let's look at it from this angle, so that way we can see our whole house, basically. And then do we need some interactions in here? I guess this is the bathroom. I guess I know what should happen. We automatically flush the toilet. We flush toilets and start sinks. And maybe you can't even do those in normal mode. But okay, and then here, we need the black key, which is up on this shelf. I think this side will be more interesting because we're gonna have lots of stuff on this side. Oh yeah, and of course, I just realized the hallway is gonna be where all the paintings would be. So yeah, I think we need props. We need creepy dolls. We need shelves full of potions and vials and things. Down here, we're gonna have, I think, a suit of armor would be fun. Where would we put that? We'd put that like, should I do white? I think I should do red. That way this'll, yeah, that'll stand out a bit better. So yeah, I have like a duck-billed armor here. Well, would we want that right here in front of the couch? I guess so. Yeah, we can have like a, you know, a little seating area here. Well, you wouldn't want to have your back to a window. Bad feng shui. I mean, I guess they have bad feng shui. You know, so we can have like a sofa here, have like a chair here. That's not really like props that we require for this specific thing, but, you know. I think the armor will be the one that we want. Hmm. So what would we have in this little room here? Because I'm realizing actually, do I have a dining room? No, because we have the kitchen here, and then we have the front entrance here. And then we have a living room. Would we want a dining room here? I guess that would make sense. You know, do dining here, then do, you know, more home stuff here. Okay, so let's save some of these. So we need to go to this project, concept art. Room 1. Yeah, so this is our first attempt. Failure. This is not actually a very good angle for getting our chairs in here. Yeah, in fact, I just need a separate thing like this. Yeah, because what I think would be appropriate here. Dining table. Because yeah, admittedly, this house is kind of a bizarre layout. You know, you have your fancy entryway lead right to just the dining room and the kitchen. This is going to be a busy... This is like a passageway. How liminal. But okay, so... either this, or going back to what we had here, where we'd essentially have perhaps a couch or like a table here or something like that. Oh, wait, no. We'd have our suit of armor. Where would we have a suit of armor? Maybe right in the... maybe right here. Like, how would we dazzle our guests? I think have the classic sword right here. I like how creepy this guy already looks, because, like, the weird, like, duck-billed armor, and then, like, these super high shoulders. That seems interesting. Even if I don't put this guy in this exact spot, I like the idea of him being here. Or I like the idea of just the guy. So I'll have to figure out exactly how tall he is as well. I think his torso should be shorter and legs longer. Yeah, really long limbs. Long sword. Just standing next to the door in the front entryway. Hmm. And then we'd have, I don't know, a coat rack here, perhaps. Hmm. A little table with, like, I don't know, a candle or something. Hmm. And then a very spooky mat. And this would, of course, be a house where you do not have to take off your shoes inside, because it's all hardwood. And it's ancient hardwood, so you just get a splinter. Hmm. I need to look up maximalist house. You know, what do we put on the wall? I know. Okay, yeah, so we can just put... How many paintings and stuff do I want? Oh, lamps? Lamps make sense. A chandelier. A chandelier from the ceiling. Makes perfect sense. Let's just say light. And then, yeah, we have all sorts of paintings and things and etc. Surprisingly lonely, or surprisingly packed house for the fact that, like, it was historically only been Linda, her dad, and her mom. Maybe there were more people in here in the past, and it's now just empty. You know, actually, I think we'd have the clock here. That makes sense. Okay. So this would be something else. Okay, but this does seem to give a much better first impression of the home. You open the door, there's a cool night. There's paintings and decorations, a nice mat, a coat rack. The coats, or the hats would fly off the hat rack. And they'd become physics objects that you could knock over. Oh, the clock spins. Okay, this seems like room 1, the actual room 1. Because, yeah, we don't really need this one. So, yeah, room 1. Where is room... What is room 2, exactly? This would be room 2. I think maybe we'd also have, like, just a chair here, or a table, like, in this little corner here. I think that makes sense. Or table. Yeah, that's promising. No, I think we must have a tiger rug. Or some sort of animal rug. Maybe. I mean, it should probably look a bit better than that, but... Nah, I don't think that's quite right. That's not the spirit of Halloween. We'll have some little tables, though. Or maybe little shelves. I need to sneeze. Okay. So yeah, spooky there. Maybe chairs coming out into the other room. And then we'd have a little table, we'd have a couch here. And you would go behind the couch to come to here. And there would be, I don't know, some sort of like table of collectibles here. Odds and ends, trinkets and bobs, cool things that they wanted to show off. I'll have to think about what exactly they've done, who exactly has been in this home. Because yeah, I think it should be like in the past there was many more people in this house, but now they're all gone for some reason. And perhaps that's why Linda's so weird. She had sort of an Addams Family situation, but now she's like, now there are no atoms in the family, only molecules. Because I was thinking of having a character, like, when Hurt gets mad at Linda, he just says, like, you're not Wednesday Addams, this isn't funny. Okay, room 2. So that's one idea. The other idea, the other idea is the dining room. Which, we do need a dining room somewhere, but I suspect it would be probably in here instead. At the stairway. Which... This is also not really a room that you would use. I guess it would make sense, though, because you could walk out to here, and there could be extra seating out on the porch. Yeah, with the spiral staircase, that's another throughway. Like, you would not want to be blocking this. And you wouldn't want to be blocking this either, so that makes the space more awkward. Because almost what I imagine is you have a table like this, triangle shaped, and then you have chairs along this. But the issue with this, of course, is that you're blocking these large windows. And this is also just a deranged setup, because then you'd have to have extra spaces on the other corners, probably, like out of the, out of the major throughway. I do kind of like it, though. But yeah, and basically the assumption would be you'd have someone cooking, and they would just cross the room to bring the food to you. And that also makes sense that now this throughway here, so we have this little segment as its own standalone room. We walk through this, we don't interrupt their space. Positive feng shui. Except for the fact that you have your back to the window. These chairs would be in an awkward position, but this would make sense for, I'd have to see the exact size of this space, but you could probably move this table back here. And it'd be a bit cramped, but it would be a usable space. And then you'd have, like, I don't know, a reading chair table here. Or, I don't know, more space for decorations. Yeah, this room demands a lot of stuff. So yeah, I think this here is not the answer. But I will put that there for someday. Yeah, I think, as it turns out, having a gigantic staircase in the middle of the room makes it awkward to build anything else in here. But okay, that's fine, though. For now, I can do that. And then in here, there'll be little, like, shelves that, like, extend up. And they'll have more stuff in them. We're gonna have similar ones in here, for example. And then, I don't know, a rug or something? To sort of coax the walker into going this way through the main passageway. And then we could have another thing like here, and like a small coat hack, or coat rack, hat rack. That would make sense, and then we could have like a nice big chandelier coming down yet again. We actually haven't had lamps. There is a shortage of lamps, I'd say. For example, we'd want one like here. Probably in this little corner to illuminate these books. I'll have to figure out what a spooky lamp would look like, though. But okay, room 3. And thankfully, we don't need that many for this well, yeah, because we basically need each of these rooms to be thought of. So yeah, obviously this is the room 4. Where do we go? Such that I can easily see the important bits here. Probably here. Oh, wait. Room 4. I guess we could just have this be the dining room. I mean, it'd be kind of deranged to have your dining room across 2 rooms from the kitchen. Like, 2 rooms and a stairway across from the kitchen. But maybe they're just sick and twisted like that. Maybe they just make their kitchen staff work for a living. Well, no, because this is predominantly otherwise the parents' floor. Because, yeah, like, we go from here. So this is, like, room 5. Room 6. Bedroom. Oh, wait. Okay. Room 7 hallway, I guess. Because then we got all of these ones. Okay, well, I need to use the bathroom and get some tea, so I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Let's see, how's this going? Let's raise the volume of this up a little bit. Okay. So we want, I'd say a bed right here. What do we want for the headboard? Do we want it to go all the way up like one of those things? No, that wouldn't make sense. The ceiling is too low for that. But I think we would want it to be like a strangely tall bed. Oh. Both long and also physically tall, as in like there's a lot of mattress. Well, actually, there's going to be like a shelf underneath the mattress. So the player can just run under the bed, I think. And that's where we are. And then what do I want here? I guess, so this will probably be somewhere else, but we will have like a shelf here. And probably a chair with a writing desk. That would make sense. An ottoman or something right here. That's a classic. Well, I guess maybe nothing here then. So instead we'd have like another lamp. And then like lamps here or something. Anything that would be fun to interact with in here? Maybe there'd be like bottles. Or like, yeah, like a tonic or something. You know, candles, etc. Things like that. I know, his keys and such. Important things would be here. And that'd actually make complete sense for, like, ooh, what if we had the key under the bed? The attic key. Okay, so this is looking good, I suppose. And then his private collection of books. And I guess nothing terribly controversial in here. Yeah, our real questions will be, what are in these other rooms? Writing desk makes sense. If this is going to be like his study, essentially. A drafting table? Ooh, they need a piano. They need a piano. Actually, criminal that I have not put a grand piano somewhere in this house. I suppose it could be in this room. Oh wait, no. In this room here. Well, I know. Just delete this. This is the room with the piano, obviously. So we'd have the piano open up this way, I believe. I need to remember which way a piano opens, because basically we want the sound to go out this way. That's why you have the lid of the piano typically open, so that the sound of the strings can escape. And then we'd have all sorts of shelves behind him. You know, more cool tables and shelves and such. Probably another lamp back here, another fine chandelier or something. Oh, and also, obviously, the lights would flicker. And so when we get out of here, we would need to be incentivized to go this way, out into this space. So where would we have a sofa? Perhaps right here, behind the spiral stair, or like, yeah, with the spiral staircase to the back of us. Create another room here, essentially. This is fun. I like this sort of interior design stuff. I'll need to make sure that I can use, like, well, I'm thinking, how much furniture do I want to reuse? Like, is it fine if the couch up here is the same as the couch down here? Or should they be unique? Or is that just vast overkill? And also, it's funny that by far the most complicated house is going to be the one that's actually, like, furnished first. Just because I need it for getting all my little props in. Because we're going to need, like, I'd say mugs and, well, we wouldn't want to have, like, dirty cups laying around. That's unbecoming. But okay. Oh, wait. Obviously, piano. So, so that also means, I think in fun stuff, Linda's house, piano. Basically, like, we need to be able to do something with the house. I mean, or something with the piano, obviously. Because, like, what else is the point of a piano? And also turn the lights on and off. Actually, I think every single light in the game should be able to be turned on and off. But okay, that's that. And then here, now we have the drafting table. And then you'd have, like, a lamp that can, like, shine directly at it. And then there'd be, like, whatever drafting tables have. Some sort of protractor-like mechanism. And he'll have, like, evil drawings or something. And then probably right behind him would be more books. We'd have lots of books. I mean, probably not... I mean, is it a bad idea to have the books right next to the chimney? I mean, they could be old books. They could be temperature sensitive. This might be a bad thing to have them get so hot. Ah, well. And then we'd have like a lamp in this corner. And then probably just a carpet down the line here. Oh, chests. We need chests. Suspicious trunks. With unknown functions, unknown things within. Admittedly, now I'm just kind of thinking of my dad's house. Because he's like a very many-hobbied man. Like, he just has trunks in his house because he liked making trunks. They're easy to make out of wood. And then this should be like a art supplies. And then, yeah, our piano there. And maybe more chairs here, perhaps? Or do we have plenty of seating up here? Because the piano will also carry downstairs to the dining room. Then we got the bedroom. Oh yeah, we still need, dolls and things like that. Scary dolls and chairs. Where would a doll and a chair be? Probably in this corner. And then here, lots of paintings. Probably some tables with bottles on them. Perhaps lamps all along here. Well, we'd probably light it actually with wall lights instead. What is that, a sconce? A wall sconce? Exactly. I've played The Sims before. Oh yeah, we need our final... Where's the room with the stairs here? Did I forget to get the third floor? I think I did. But okay. Here, I think this room, very functional. It is a very transitory room. But this would also be a good place for a little doll in a chair. In fact, this might be the better place for a doll in a chair. Then like little tables or something with more stuff, more decorative stuff. And yeah, like a light switch, a wall scones, etc. Actually, let's have 2 light switches. Well, it's kind of a bad idea in a game where there's no direct interaction to have 2 light switches. But okay, then we'd have wall scones, more paintings, more stuff like that. Probably not much here, since we'd need, like, this whole segment should be blocked. And I'm thinking, do I want unique paintings? It'd be nice, but I should probably just have some generic prefabs. Or, like, yeah, generic repeatable paintings as well. So this should be room 7. We don't have a TV in the room, or in the house. I'm realizing. Where would you put a TV, even? You could maybe have one in this corner here. Maybe we can just get into Linda's room instead, and she has a TV. Because, like, like, how can we even call ourselves a poltergeist if we can't, like, possess a TV and put ourselves on it? So I'm thinking, where would a bed go in this place? Actually, I think what I'd like is maybe to push this entire room forward, or give ourselves a closet like here. So that way we could have a little bed here, a little space there, a little table there. I'll think on it. Otherwise, we can just have a little bed here. In fact, I want it to be comically tall again, like the other one. So, like, tall enough that you can actually, like, sit under it. Oh, and we need lots of stuffed animals, I'm realizing. They need to be creepy stuffed animals, too. And then we would have, like, a little dresser here. Probably, like, a step ladder. That'd be funny. Then a little lamp on this side, so that way if Linda ever swings her door open, it'll break the lamp. Actually, yeah. And then we can have the TV right here, in front of her window. And a little, rug. And maybe something nice like a beanbag chair or something like that. A spooky beanbag chair. Very spooky. What else would she need? Probably a box or a table here. And then, like, toys should be underneath the bed, I think. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're listening to the Outer Wilds soundtrack right now. I still need to finish The Eye. Secret Echoes of the Eye. That's what I need to finish. Yeah, this is also room 8, Linda. So we need a vent in here as well. I'd say, like, probably here would be a good place for it. Let's see. And then these will be, so this is what? Room 9, hallway? And this will just be a closet with stuff, supplies, whatnot. We'll just have, like, a shelf. Well, actually, yeah, this is fine. Actually, lots of bottles. That'd be useful. That'd be nice, having lots of bottles in here. So you, like, pop out into here. Bottles and cans. Room 10, storage. Or let's say closet. This would be... Well, I mean, I guess it would make sense for this to be not the closet, then. This would be like an extra bedroom or something. Let's just call that room 11. This will be our closet, then. Shelves of cans and bottles and boxes. So this is room 10, closet. So that one's room 11 now. Then room 12 will be a lab. So that means I think, again, we should have, like, a table here, lots of bottles, lots of things. Maybe books on one side, bottles on the other. Maybe a combination of books and bottles. And then we'll have this be our super secret table. So we just have some sort of chair here. A lamp on this table. Scattered notes, etc. Lamps. Then he can move this chair over to here for his wacky experiments. And if you get close to them, they boil over or whatever. And this is just a bathroom. So we'd have like a... tub. Probably a sink right here. Would we have two? No, we would just have the one here. Sink. And we don't have working mirrors in the game, but maybe we could. I think Godot 4 actually has the ability to create mirrors now. And where would the toilet be? Probably right here. And it'd be one of those old-fashioned toilets. Where you go like this. And then it's down here, like that. Then there's like a little lever or whatever it be. Oh no, they have like a pull cord actually. There we go. And let's just put a mat right there, and then maybe like a little more storage in here or something. What do we have? I know we'd have a wall scone right over on this side, probably. And then maybe two over here. Meh, that seems fine. Lucky 13. Oh, and this is the other room that has our books. This is like a reading room or something, I guess. Maybe it has another doll. This would just have like maybe a table in the center, lots of bookshelves. Chairs here. Man, every house should have a library, I think. Just bookshelves and bookshelves. And then our thing up here, and then little tables for the doll. And then, I guess, more wall sconces. Not scones. I kept saying scones. Maybe a ceiling light, actually. Certainly not as elaborate, but okay. Room 14. Okay. So we have lots and lots of things. I'm going to start with a general layout, or I guess just enumerating all the furniture that I'm going to make for the general start of this. So let's go to probably visual things, world stuff. Right house. Furnishings. So we got the general layout here. Let's just go through each room. So like common prompts. We're gonna need little end tables. So like let's say a round round table. Actually, I think I need to slightly reduce the volume of this. That was the opposite. Okay. Yeah, so a small round table. Because we use that quite a lot. Let's say a sofa. No, what would this be called? Lounge? It's not quite a recliner. Just a comfortable chair. Long couch. Long, low table. So this table and, wherever it is, the tables that were over here in this hallway, these can be the same type of table. And then we need a tall lamp and a low lamp. So let's say those. Standing lamp, wall, sconce, table lamp, light switch. Dining chair. Library chair. So the difference between the library chair and the dining chair is that being but not, or let's say more padded than the dining chair, but meant to sit at a table. Ooh, other classic thing, books that are just standing there should flip open. So this would then be that, complete that. And thankfully a lot of these could just be prompts, or could just be like sprites, rather than full-on other models. Oh yeah, we need the doll in the chair as a common prop. Let's say large bookshelf. Tall, narrow. Say singular prompts. Would be the knight. Grand piano. Windows bed. Dresser. TV. Parents' bed. What else do they need? Because, yeah, they got the lamp, they got the generic table. Then let's have, like, like a long oval rug. Bathroom rug. Rectangular rug. Yeah, because like this and this could be similar things. This could be a big one. Very large. So, let's just say windows, room. Bed, dresser, TV. big rug, stuffed animals. TV table, maybe? Probably two, but one of them will be under the bed, as a bit of sad, a bit of sad environmental storytelling. Oh yeah, her stepladder. Yeah, wall sconce. Standing lamp. Oh, and like a fancy... Actually, I guess that's going to be a one-time thing, but oh well. Simple... Chandelier. Singular props. Let's say study and parents' room. Crafting table. Bed. Oh, and then we need the lab. So that has like a beakers, burners, tubes, and whatnot. And then, of course, paintings. Oh, we don't even have any, like, flowers. Wait, actually, that makes sense. There would be no flowers. They're spooky. We need the bathroom. So, like, toilets, sink, with counter, long bathtub, shower, attachment. Let's say that. Attachable shower. So yeah, sometimes it has a shower, sometimes it doesn't. And then toilet paper roll. Curtains. And then, yeah, this I guess goes into, actually, let's say closet. Cans of ravioli. Other bottles and things. Because, yeah, for now, we're only going to deal with the parts of the house that are ghost interactable. So that does not include the kitchen. Alright, where's the lab again? Oh, yeah, we also need working chairs. So common props, so this is, like, for the lab and drafting table. And then maybe even a posable lamp. Because I'm imagining, like, this lamp could be the same kind... Well, I don't think that'll work. Yes, let's ignore that. Studies drafting table with lamp. The lab. Desk. Notes. Lamp. And then, like, Shelf of books, notes, and bottles. So I think we should start with the basic shelves. So I'll just go through like all of the simple like cube furniture first. Plain. Solidify. Actually, how do I want to do these shelves? Let's start with a simple one. Now let's start with a table. So this should be, I guess, S body. And basically what I want here is like, something to give a little bit of dimension to this, like that. Some sort of detent. Okay. So this is now right. Okay. Table. Oh. And I guess for now I'll just say that that's like all I need, so like long low table. What do we want for light switches? Let's look up an antique light switch. I like these. Let's just go to create a... Let's just make a texture for our light switch. Actually, just make it a plane. And what we will do is solidify this. But it will have no rim. Oh, wait, no. Only rim. Yes. And this will be like 16 by 16. Actually, I think what I should do is start with... Do I want to make an atlas from the get-go? That could make sense, because, like, there's going to be a lot of things that are just loaded in together. The main issue is, what if I need more textures? I guess I could just make a second atlas. It doesn't actually matter that much. See, what's the texture, what's the color that I'm looking for here? That. And then we can go a bit darker and a bit more red at the edges, sort of. Like in between, I guess where it's not getting touched is where it would be darker. So it'll be almost like this. A little bit too dark. And then a little bit lighter. Like some of these edges here. And then I think... let's have like almost black in here. So this is our light switch, basically. Like that. Let's also add an extra layer here. Probably almost black or something like this. Like there, maybe, and then, what if we have it like that? What does that look like? That kind of implies what I want to imply. And then I'll put this like this, so that way it's like... there's a little indentation here. Okay. Let's call this like right Atlas 1. Texture, no, environment. Textures, right. Okay. And we'll have lots and lots of textures to Atlas. I don't need that right now. Well, actually, I kind of do, because I need to test the, okay, textures. Right. Oh, yeah, because I do need to test this, because I need the, UV editor here. Let's put this there. Boom. Oh, the big issue is going to be UV mapping, or bitmaps and stuff like that. So I can just, like, put it like half a pixel inward. And then I could kind of figure out, I think what I want is for Linda to actually be controllable via the light switches. I'll figure that out as I go, but basically I'm going to put that in here as like so ghost mode. So let's say lights, sounds. So it'll be by far the most complex logic of any character thus far. But okay, that's a light switch. So that should be common props. So I think the... How tall could this be? At least 3 meters, because I know the roof or the ceilings here are 4 meters. And I'll put like a cylinder collider on this instead of bothering with this, but let's do like auto smooth. It'll be like, say like 120 degrees. Might actually mark this as sharp. There. And then... Oh wait, I just realized we don't even need this because we can dissolve this face. Is that what I want for this? It needs to look more evil and spooky. How do we make this lamp look more evil and spooky? Asymmetry is what we need here. And also, I think it needs to actually come out a little bit. Well, no, that doesn't seem right. It's like a stovepipe hat. And I'm realizing this could have also been Sprite. In fact, yeah. This is against the spirit of Halloween. So this is our little thing. Oh wait, no, switch. So let's have sprites and textures. So what I'd like is probably 32 by 256. No, 32 by like 128 is probably going to be fine for our... Okay. So now... There we are. We need this to be more narrow. Also, I'm realizing this will actually be really difficult to implement because quads don't have billboarding, or because you can't like specify a subset of a sprite typically. And then let's also have a little thing like this. So what color do we want this lamp to be? I'm thinking if it starts as gray... No, actually, I do like the brass color for this part at least. So let's do Maybe dark gray like this. And then for like these top bits. Well, actually, we'd want the brass to be the accent here, wouldn't we? Ah, well, I'll do it this way, and then I'll swap the colors, basically. Because we can do, like, swap this to blue for now. Grab this. Okay. And then what we do... that. Does that feel right? Kind of. I guess it depends on if we want the brass to be like the main accent. And actually, I'd like this to be maybe a gray as well, of like, you know, there's some sort of pattern on this. I think this feels good, this feels not good. I think it's because I like the pattern. And this way we can have like maybe more of these. Like that. Good enough for now. Okay, so that's our standing lamp. A tall lamp would be 32 by 16. So I'm realizing I also have no idea where these begin and end. Oh, wait, I just had a brilliant idea. Boom. Now I know where they begin and end. So yeah, like 32 by 64. No, let's just do 32 by 32. No, I like 48. What is happening here? Oh, I see. I'm dumb and silly. Alright, let's have this be the same process, but here, as well as on the other one, we have like no brass. And also there we go. So yeah, same style of lamp everywhere. And they're vaguely spiderweb as well. Yeah, that's good enough. So what do we put in this little 16 by 16 space? Might just have a little candle in here. Actually, we should have the light should be from something else. I know what we need. We need candles lit, candle unlit. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, I see. We need to copy this, paste it. There we go. And then these will have two separate things. Let's do maybe like a bit of a white texture here for like a... Actually, I kind of want like a pink, no, a bluish color. For like that. And then here, it'll be like bright yellow. I think I prefer like a bright orange. And we'll have like a, let's say a dark gray. There we are. Maybe even a little bit brighter right at the edges here. And then we can still have a little bit of this there. Actually, I think have this like that. There we go. Then we can still have this, and then it feels about right. I should probably make sure that these work. What else do I want? Wall sconces. Those would be the next thing. So for those, I think I'd actually want two sprites. One for looking at it head on, one for looking at it from the side. probably. There's so many props. Hang on. Where's my... There we are. Oh, it's because I didn't have Oh, because I was doing candles. I'd already gotten done with the other things. Okay. So yeah, I think for the fancy one, I want to do 64 by 64. And then we will move this into here. Boom. Did I somehow selected the inverse. There we are. Let's look up like really nice chandeliers. Brass chandelier. We got a lot of brass in here. So, okay, we start with little orbs. Go down another little orb. Say a larger orb, and then we'll go down to a smaller orb. Right about there. Let's have these be ever so... Actually, let's make this one ever so slightly darker and more red. Like that. Like, where the hell am I? Oh, right, because I was in a separate layer. Okay, so now... we can have our lights. How would it look with these ones? Aha, I see what I'm missing. There we are. And then we can have like boom. I'm thinking, do I want anything more fancy than this? I think not too much. We don't have 3 tiers, but we do have the 2. Okay, let's also have some black candles here. Why did I make these ones 3 wide? Oh well. And then we can just have like little lights like this. Okay. So there's going to be like a chandelier handles, chandelier arms. And then I want a little bit of shading on this. Oh wait, no. This one is in front of the other one. Like that. There we go. Okay. And then I want a little bit of extra shading. Does that feel right? Kind of. Then a bit of extra shine on this. And I see my YouTube has died. Wait, it went back to the album that we were on before. It's just going between the two albums that we have. What the hell? Yeah, it's just the shuffle has shuffled just back and forth between the two songs. Okay. Oh yeah, we also need, obviously, a little platform for this. Okay. So for other ones... Hang on, I made that too loud. Okay, less elaborate things now. Go. I'd say 32 by 64, maybe? I think this goes all the way down to here, so the fact that I didn't use that is a shame, but oh well. Yeah, 32 by 32 is fine for this. So yeah, this will be lamps. Let's have it be like this, maybe? Okay, turn that off. Okay. And then a little bit of extra polish. And boom. And we now have big chandelier, simple chandelier, and then we just need a wall sconce. I think that could also just be 16 by 16. Oh wait, that needs to be on. And do I want to make a side view? Not too much. But I probably should. Ah, well. I'll think on it. Okay. That's a wall sconce. Hmm. Do I need on lamps? I probably do, actually. Like on versions of these ones specifically. Yeah, I'll move these over. Oh, we need to do we need to have chandeliers. There we are. So I think we only need to move over by 16. Yeah. Okay. There we are. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make just a sprite sheet out of this. In fact, I probably should have the textures on a separate thing, but oh well. Actually, let's have this be even brighter, like that. Well, no. Let's have it like that. Oh, I thought that was a white pixel. I was like, what the heck? How dare you? But okay. I just realized I have a powerful thing. No, I don't want to bother. I have to like go to tool options and set intersect onto selection so that way I could like just select all of this color within a certain range. It'd be too much work. I don't want to bother. There we go. And the chandeliers, I'll just assume, you know, we'll just assume they're correct. Okay, so that gets us, well, oh yeah, we also need to copy this then. Weird that a wall sconce would have like the same material as a what have you, but that's okay. Okay, so that's lighting except for the desk lamps, which will be probably physics props. Or no, not physics props, 3D models. I guess we could do the bathroom rug and other rugs here. Rather than modeling them, we just have like a texture. I gave myself a lot of space here. Oh well. Okay. Let's actually put candles in lamps. Well. Let's just call this lights. Okay. Chandeliers, candles. Okay, good. What else do I want then? Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I have an idea. For bottles and beakers. Okay, let's do those then. Or like physics. So this will be bottles and cans, I guess. It's like 32 by, what is it, 16 by 24. That makes sense for a bottle. Oh wait, though the issue is, this can't overlap with that. We could make the bottles, I'll have plenty of like horizontal things to put there. Like the vents. In fact, vent texture right here. This will be another brass texture. In fact, there should be in textures. This is going to be vent. Vent. There we are. So first thing, of course. Let's not do that. Let's do like this. Okay, that seems good. So this is... Where would this be? So this would actually be, like, it's raised up a little bit. So does that make sense as a vent? I think that reads as a vent pretty well. And the main thing I'm going to put is also some little things like this, and then like... Okay, that feels like a vent, more or less. Yeah, I did not think that there'd be so much brass. Okay, but that's the thing. Did I have that in common props event? Because it should be in here, but oh well. Yeah, let's get the bottles now. So I'm thinking probably 64 by... No, I guess 32 by 64. Well, I prefer 32 by 48. Okay. So what sort of bottles would we want? Let's look up old bottles. Yeah, let's get like this color, perhaps. Should probably be more of a lighter brown. Hang on. That dang sun is interacting with my eyes. Okay. Oh. There we are. I think this bottle actually is screaming to me as a 16 by whatever this is, 16 by 24. Yeah, that makes much more sense to me. Okay, that's fine. And then, what would we want here? Probably... goes like this. Maybe, or something like this. And then, let's make it a bit deeper, a bit darker. Maybe a bit less deep and dark. Then I think I want a cork. Okay. Hmm. 16 by 32 for another bottle. This is very exciting. Yeah, and we'll have like a dark green bottle. People love dark green bottles of mysterious origins. Hmm. I know what to do. Imply that it gets thinner. So I'm thinking basically black on the other side. There we go. Do we need many more bottles? I think we need like flasks and beakers. Weird bottles, probably. Say there. And I want this to be a strange red bottle. Well, actually... Hmm. That's elixir full. Now this is a bottle. What if we had it be mysteriously blue in the shadows? Does that even make sense? Does that even read as anything? It doesn't really. I think actually... Let's make this a little bit lighter, actually. So it's a weird, like, dual lighting for that. These look more like alcohol bottles. We need, spooky, like, research bottles, black bottles, things like that. So I'm going to bring this whole thing up to here. Oh, wait, no. Right. There. Hmm. So a black bottle. want this to vaguely resemble a skull. Yeah, that seems about right. And then we might have, like... Okay. How many more bottles do I want? Do I want more? Do I want beakers now? I think I want beakers. How do we make a beaker? I think it has to be white. So it'll be really hard to figure out. Let's do... Alright. That. There we go. So now what we can do is we can make beakers. It would be like this. Maybe this color as well as like a little like... Oh, I think I know what I want. There we are. So let's do boom, boom. There we are. So now it seems like some sort of deliberate thing. Oh, wait. I just realized. Select... invert... Wait, what did I just do? There we go. Okay. So yeah, we need some more beakers. Let's do like right here. I think we want that. That seems about, or that seems better. And then we're gonna have similar measurement things. And these ones, I'll even put on the other side to be creative. We're gonna need more bottles. Something round and blue, I think. There we are. So like that, and then what is this exactly? Let's do this here. And then we have like something like there, There we go. Okay, so that's bottles. Let's do cans. So I want ravioli. Chef Boyardee. Red can, yellow thing. So let's start with gray. Collect the top and the bottom, and then do some red in here. Probably a more like orange red, pasta sauce red. And I'm thinking a bit of yellow for like that. Basically how it looks, and then like a little face in like here, like little guy's face, hat on him, and then what else would we have? I guess we'd have like some raviolis now. Then like delicious meat. And then we're gonna have like a white here. Oh wait, that should be there because I want actually this as a multiply layer because I'm gonna add just a little bit of shading like this. Ta-da! What else do I want? Cans of other foods, presumably. Well, no, it'd be funnier if it was only cans of ravioli, just everywhere. Maybe like toilet paper or something would be useful to have as like a roll. You would have like little like lines like here. Does that look like toilet paper? Basically. I'm basically thinking of every single thing that could ever exist in this game. Maybe I should start putting these in the game now. Like a open recent vent. Wait, no, actually, all of this should be there, because we assign all of this to the same thing. We just need a generic brass material now. Let's just put it 16 by 32. Oh, interesting that it chose to do that. And then we'll just have kind of like, whatever, like this, maybe? This doesn't feel quite what I want. I think basically this feels a bit more correct. Okay. Now, clear, or let's reset for mark seam, reset, then go to there. So there we go. Okay. Let's get this about there. Right, okay, that goes all the way down to there. And I think here we actually need this to be flipped. Like that? No, that's not what we need. We need it to be flipped by the y-axis, or at least, yeah. I just needed to rotate it. Yeah, because we want the corners to be lit. Okay. And now these four. They go all the way to, somewhere there. Oh, wait. It's your median. There we are. Okay. So let's have, oh wait, no. That's already saved. We need to go to Godot now. Hang on. Event, surface override, we need just like default materials. Because like, we got a lot of things that need this, all the same parameters over and over again, except a different texture each time. So I'm going to save this as default UV. And also this, I'll just, yeah. And then we can save this at, or make this unique. Save as, right. Let's just call it Atlas 1 UV material. Because basically all we need is to get the Atlas. And there we are. And that'll do something for us occasionally. Yeah, now we have little vents that are actually like properly indicated. Wasn't I going to do the big props first? Actually, how did I want my desk to look? Let's go back to my lab. I guess just a very simple thing. What is a good height for a desk? My sitting desk is less than 1 meter tall, but Wright is a tall guy, so his would be like 1.4 meters tall. Actually, what I want here is vertices. Edges. Dissolve edges. That's a desk. That's a desk that's used for things. Yeah, let's get this now. There we are. So this is desk 1 collision. Or let's say desk lab collision. Okay, and then we need a table for the lab. Actually, we need to get the actual dimensions of this, which is going to be tricky because this is at an angle. I wonder if we can get item local coordinates. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so if we can get Y here. So 3.9 to 0.49, so 3.5 meters. Thereabouts. Well, let's say 3.4 meters. And we don't need to save. Whatever. I'll make this the same height as the other one. Alright, so we're at 2 meters, so we need to go 1.7. Actually, there we go. There we are. I did that wrong. We actually should not delete these just yet. Because we're going to need these. Grid fill this. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be lab table collision. Right. Lab table. What other tables do I want right now? I think I don't need too many more, but I will do... Let's do the other side. S 1.7. C2. So this is now 4 meters tall by 3.5 meters, or 3.4 meters wide. So this is a perfect size for our thing here. And then I think... What do I want here? We want a little space for the player to crawl out. And I think the way that I'll do that is I'll have like a bunch of books on one side. So like this is actually just like gonna be jam-packed with stuff. And then let's call this lab shelf collision. Okay. Link. So yeah, we're gonna need decor, right? I think lab table. I think all of these and this. Oh, well, we didn't get any of those. Right. Table long, is that what it was? Table low long. Yeah, these will be for our various decorations. Okay, let's do the actual things that I wanted. Link some, Right lab shelf. And hopefully this is the correct size here. A little bigger than I expected, but I guess that's okay, because I can just say that it's like built into the wall or something. Okay, I guess it's because the actual wall, or the rooms here are actually 3.5 meters tall. Let's also get these all, like, lined up with this. Let's go back to the lab shelf. Save this. What is 4 divided into 3.5? That is 7/8, which is 0.875. And that means that this should now reasonably attach. So on the ground there, it's up here, perfect. And here, I'm fine with those for now. Eventually we'll move this to make it look a little fancier. Also, did I properly name that? Yes. But I did not properly parent it. Okay, lab, what else do we need? Lab table. That's the wrong thing. Collection. Lab table. Why is this so different than what it was supposed to be? Cursor, oh right, but this is gonna be... Okay, I think it's because I added 0.4 meters, basically. Yeah, because we can see that, I basically didn't account for the thickness of the wall. Okay, go to lab table. This I'll need some help with, because it's 3 divided by 3.4. 0.88. Almost. Okay, and then let's link another one. The lab desk. Wait. Oh, desk lab. And I think I intended it to be this way. And I think basically I'll have the player like platform up onto the table and then drink some suspicious potion and then turn into a ghost harmlessly and non-lethally. Okay. That room is sufficiently what it should be. And now what I need is to figure out bottles and things like that. Oh yeah, also, all of our things that I've created. I kind of want to make it so the player can't interact with things that are much higher than them. Let's go to player. Yeah, like this? Too big. I think we can interact with things below us, but not much above us. And we probably should have a little bit less. I think this is fine. Okay. And hopefully that doesn't confuse the player too much. What else did I want? Oh yeah, I wanted to start adding the... Let's go here, for example. Remove these. So yeah, like table, low, long. Thank you for putting this in the wrong place. There we are. So we have a table low long, lab shelf, desk lab, lab table. I think the rest of these are... Double check these. We got a lot of stuff with the right family. Oh, right. So yeah, we should just see blend TSC and blend TSCN. So like this, for example. And they should actually use the atlas texture. Oh, interesting. Okay. Anywhere else where there's two blend files in a row? Nope. Not for now. So a light switch will be... Let's put this into control. Oh, wait, no. We already have switches. Well, no, this should be a more generic switch. Okay, environment... Other world test textures. Let's do... No, let's go back up to control. This will be light switch. Open. Export var body. Interactable. So like flip switch. And we don't really need this, but I'll update it anyway. Okay. And then we should have... Oh wait, does this not have a signal anymore? No, it does have a signal. Okay. Function ready. Body.interactive connect toggle lights. And basically, boom. Pass, and we'll also have a set, or like var lights, or like on equals true. Set on, or like on equals not on. And so we'll say if is inside tree pass. And then like export var objects array let's call it this. Because basically now we need a new script. This will be lamp. Class name lamp. Var enabled. Or on equals true. Set on equals p on. If is inside tree pass. Basically what it'll do eventually is it'll have like lights and textures. Hang on, I'm seeing something here. There we go. Oof. Okay, because what I want is I want this light switch. Actually, the light switch should say, let's say if not is inside tree return. Otherwise, body dot interact or name act name equals turn %s on if not on else off. It's honestly easier to just do it this way. Turn on if not on, else turn off. And in fact, remove double negatives. Or like negation, because that always confuses me in the end. But okay. Turn off if on, else turn on. And we should be able to do this if body. Or like, let's do like apply. There we are. And we should probably just have this be if is inside tree, then we apply. There we go. Okay. So now that should go through these, and then we can also do for L in lamps. L dot on equals on. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to try to figure out how to make the lamps now. There should be a sprite 3D. Oh wait, but it might need to be an animated sprite 3D. Because I think, oh yeah, it will need to be that. So we're going to need sprite frames. I'm going to save this as textures. Right. Sprites. Or like right atlas sprites. Hmm. Let's do actually, so we're gonna do new. This is gonna be like lamp standing on. Lamp standing off. Challenge photos. Why does it searching through Godot like messes up the whole environment? Next, we don't need decor right now. We need textures. We need right. We need the Atlas one. Oh, we didn't even need that. We're gonna need to select a few things here. So first of all, what am I looking at here? 8 by 8. Okay, this isn't gonna work out very well. Because I need these to not be all the same size. Can I, like, put this in here and then, like, edit this? No. This will be lamp standing. Decor, right. Hang on. Let's go back to this Godot Sprite Atlas without fixed size. Okay, we could add a, so I'm going to change the type of this again to just a Sprite 3D. And we're going to have this be a new Atlas texture. So the Atlas going to be okay, so we're going to need a very small region. I think it's 16, 32 by 128. There we are. Flags, Y billboard, shaded. Texture filter, no this, no that. Also, we should have, how do I want to do this? Get the lamp in here. Oh, no, we already have lamp as a texture. Cancel this. So I think for these lamps, we're just going to have body, texture, lights. If we put the, hang on, reset this transform. Except for up here. I guess that's fine. And then also nearest map anisotropic, I think. Well, Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so let's just have like a export texture 2D or var texture on and then texture off for var sprites or no does this set a texture? No, it doesn't. Okay, so what we're just going to do here is if inside tree sprite dot texture equals your on, if on, else texture off. And we can actually have this be as well, like apply. Wait, hang on. I just realized I have two different lamps. And this is all in the wrong thing. Yeah, I have two different lamps. Function apply. So I'm going to need to actually like change this lamp to something else. Because this is like lamp 3D, I guess. Or like street light. Let's rename it to that. There we are. Okay. So now we have copy this. Actually, this is the texture off. Paste there. Okay. New Atlas texture. This one's almost the same. It's going to be like 16 by 16, 32 by 128. Oh, 32. There. Boom. Okay. And then also we should have a light. For L in lights, L dot visible equals on. Okay, there we are. And these standing lights are not controlled by a thing. They have their own nope, wrong thing. There we go. Cylinder shape. What is the actual... Hang on. I want these to be like... What would 2.56 meters be? Divided by 128.02? So that's 2.56 meters tall? And that's about how tall I'd want them to be? We can have like a lamp that goes up to here. Okay. And this will have interactable. No, this will have light switch. And it'll just have its own body. Oh, wait, no, it won't have its own body. I don't know, it'll fucking be... The light itself will have it. And then we'll have the interactable here. Basically, lamp will be that. Body will be that. That means that this needs to have collision somewhere in here. Wait, what the hell am I looking at? Is this the right one? No. This is the right one. Okay. Now we have the interactable that activates the light. And so we can just put these in the world. Let's make sure these work. So where's our spooky zone? Where is spooky zone? Is it in... Oh, here it is. I like that it doesn't... I like that the bounding box also includes the light, as if I want to, like, not have the light touch anything. Okay, let's also move this light up. And also, I wonder if we can do tool here. Oh wait, but the issue is the switch itself is controlled separately. Right, and also this needs the lights in here as an array. Okay. Probably too much going on with that. But all I want to do... Actually, I think these lights, like the taller lamps, you shouldn't be able to interact with them until you, like, get up closer. Do we want this here? I guess this is fine here. And then we'd put one of these in the corner or something like that. Like here, maybe. I don't know. Let's just make sure that these lights actually work. We got so many things now that I've made. And then my next thing will be those bottles. Because I want them to be little physics objects, even though they're still other things. Where's the lamp? Did I only put one? Where the fuck are the lamps? What? Where are my lamps that I put in here very deliberately? Oh, did I Oh, Spooky Zone is not that. Okay, I forgot. Spooky Zone is something else. So what I actually want then is, do we have an entity zone for, like, Linda's house? I guess we don't. Okay. We're just gonna do Linda zone. Put the lamps in here. Yeah, Spooky Zone gets deleted, actually. Okay. Take your time, kiddo. But okay, now we should be able to turn these on and off. Oh, wait. They need to be interactable both as a ghost and as a kid now. Okay, close tabs to the right. Because we're only going to need this one. So where's ghost interactable? There. There we go. Turn off. Turn on. I like that we can do that. That's just a fun little interaction. Though there's so many things, there's like a quadrillion things that we need. Because now we also need Wisp. And I need to fix it so that when the name of an interactable is updated, we get the new name. Actually, I can just do that by going to player. When we do interact, interactable.interact, UI.follow, no, best interactable, UI.showPromptInteractable. If is instance valid interactable. Actually, let's just find best interactable again. No, that doesn't work. So let's say update prompts. Basically, this means that didn't work. Yeah. For some reason, that's not working, which is interesting. I think it's because show prompt needs to have some sort of force update. Show act prompt. Interact prompt.track item. If item equals current item. Okay, so we need some sort of update text here. I think we can just have that by doing UI.update prompt, like function update prompt. Interact prompt.update text. Okay, let's just do that. And that way it's clearly obvious what's happening here. So now, it didn't work, still. Why did it not work? So when we update the prompt, we update the text. If it has that, we set the text here. Is it because I'm not updating the thing? So let's go back to the player. Interactable update self. Oh, wait, no. We should do that, then. Yeah, because taking a photo or showing a photo should not do that. Okay, so now we can do that. Oh, we already had that enabled. Wait, what? I don't get it. Also, I'm seeing this needs to be a child of this, because otherwise it's not going to be in the correct place. These lamps have too much boilerplate to make them. But I guess I only need one other lamp to actually turn on and off. Well, yeah, I'll only have like a handful of them if I do have them. Yeah, so I think what we'll need is basically a way of guiding Linda to where we want to be. And also I need some way of like gracefully going between the vents with the camera. These desks are huge. These desks are so tall. But okay. Go back to the player. I want to see ghost body. Where is our collision shape? Where is our light? That makes sense. We need it there. So that way we don't have the light like colliding directly. It's like attached to our head now instead of the center of our body. But okay. Now all I need to do is make sure... how do we make sure that the texture atlas does not have seams like that? Because unfortunately it seems likely that we'll be dealing with those for a bit. But okay, the main thing is now we can turn lights on and off. And that doesn't do much for us at the moment, but I think that will be part of the interactions here. And I just like the ability to do that. Yeah, those lamps look good in here. What else do we want? I guess wall sconces now? Or let's do... So we need a new thing. Let's do lamp. Lamp table. Sprite 3D. Omnilight. Like that. Oh yeah, we need Atlas textures. Okay, where is Atlas? Who are we? So we need 16 plus 32 is 48. Let's put in our width first. So 32 by 48. Oh wait, no. Wrong thing. 32 by 48 here. And then here we go to 48. 60. Oh wait, no, it's 128. 128 plus 16 is 1. 44? No. Oh, it is. Huh. Okay, so texture off is that, and then texture on is 32. Boom. We now have lamp table. Boom there. Oh wait, we need whatever. We need all the flags that we had before. Y billboard shaded. Alpha cut discard. I guess disabled. Hang on. I don't know what that is going to be. Let's do nearest map. Boom. And then this also needs the static body, collision shape, interactable, light switch. Boom. Boom. In fact, we should probably just have this equal, like, by default. So that'll be our default, and then this will be equal to, by default, OmniLight 3D. Default uses $, which won't return nodes and the blah. Ah, fucking whatever. Okay. Alright, we also need to double check. So this should probably be 0.05 as well. For the, or 0.02. So that way these lamps are proportional, same pixel size as the other ones. And lamps will be ourself. And then also, this needs a marker wisp. So this should be, height should be like 0.125. No, 1.25? That doesn't seem right. I'll just make it work. Okay. So now we should be able to have desk lamps. And for now, just put a little desk lamp down here. Thank you, Godot. Putting that in the wrong place and the wrong part of the tree. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted, Godot. I wanted it floating 5 meters off the ground. I wonder if I can change... So Godot, place into scene, light, bounding, box. So, like... Because it's like, it's such a small annoyance that I don't think anyone has actually, like, written how to do it. I don't care that much. I'm just going to double check that this works and that it seems like the right size, because it's actually now taller than Kitty, so I think the size is a bit too much. Because that means his lamp is like almost 3 feet tall. Oh, and also then what I want is for lights near the player to start warbling. So how do we do that? That'd be tricky. Yeah, this lamp's a bit too big for my tastes. Let's put this down to like 0.15. There we are. Oh yeah, also I forgot. As usual. 3 and 9. Okay. Oh yeah, because in Godot, the way that it calculates, like when you hot reload a scene, it doesn't put things at the local transform, it puts them at the global transform. So when I edited the collision shape just moved to God knows where, because it doesn't use local transforms. But okay, now we can turn lights on and off as a ghost. We can float around. We're starting to make all the props for this place. You can see how these have the potential for, like, gameplay, in that, like, we can lead Linda. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen here. And so, like, We can't actually get the key for her. We have to direct it to her, and then we can, like, knock it down from, like, here, for example. So I think that means we'll need some sort of other process for getting the keys here. But okay, I like all these superfluous interactions. And yeah, then there'll be other things like turning the sconces on and off. I think most of these lights should be off by default. In fact, probably all of them. Because that also will help with performance slightly. So okay, off. Boom. Yeah. Then the next thing to solve will be all of those little seams in our textures. I wonder how bad it gets if we look at it from the top. Not too bad. Yeah, that doesn't significantly impact it. But yeah, you can see the itty-bitty lines. In fact, I think what I can do to fix that is just change these textures here. So instead of like Y being here, it'd be like 0.5 or something. Well, how do I want to do that? Because yeah, what I'd prefer is that they just, so if true, the region, or the area outside the region is clipped to avoid bleeding. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I want. I'm not sure why they, don't have that on by default, but that's okay. Yeah, now, maybe I have to reload. That has not fixed it. Yeah, we can still see 1 pixel for like a little bit there. What we might want for these lamps is to not have the lamp affected by the light at all. In fact, I can do that by having, basically go to the lamp. Where the sprite? I think it should be layers main terrain. So if we put that in main terrain, and then have this here not affect main terrain. So many little things that now I need to have here. Okay. So hopefully that does not make them invisible, though I don't think it should. Because as I said, like the terrain itself does this already for like performance reasons, or basically for other graphical artifacts. But yeah, now the lamps are not actually lit by their own lights. Instead, it's just the light, like the texture gets brighter. Which admittedly will look kind of silly once it gets darker. Well, actually, oh yeah, I guess it isn't. Yeah, I guess it's like sunset. But okay. Now we're a little poltergeist. We can wander around turning lights on and off. We'll be able to possess things. So yeah, I think what we'll need to do... How do we coax Linda to go somewhere, and where do we coax her? I think I'll have to put in more interactions to do that, to figure that out. But okay. Yeah. That's good for now. Okay, so a smidge of work done. We have a lot of props to make for this area, for a lot of these interactions to work. And then there'll just be some for fun, like having the armor, like, look at you. And the dolls and things like that. Okay. What am I looking for? This. We got a lot of stuff. First of all, what did I do here? Oh yeah. Fix advancing or do show text properly. Also, I thought I was being smart by using Git submodules, but they're often more trouble than they're worth. Like, it's so hard to just, like, tell it, like, get the same branch and the same commit that I was on. Because you can get the same branch, but you then have to update to the latest version of the branch. Or you can get the correct commit, but then it's in detached head state, and everything gets fucked up in detached head state. So it's like you can't just get the repo in the same state that it was in before. But okay. Lots of visuals. Or, so let's say, right. Lots of details and prompts. Or I guess let's say starting on prompts. Because, yeah, it'll be good to sort of figure out the workflow with the right house, since it is the most complicated. Also, hang on, I forgot to put this in. Update to do. Okay, there we go. Alright, that's going to be it for today. Thank you all for stopping by. I will be back tomorrow with more visuals. We're going to get this ghost running around doing all sorts of fun stuff. It'll be exciting, probably. But okay, see you later.